All right, we are back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, I am audible this time because I know at the beginning of last stream, I was a little off the shits. And by off the shits, I mean I wasn't audible. Nobody could hear me. Spent like half a minute talking to myself, but we're here with more of the Great Ace Attorney. The first one specifically, because I like doing things in order. Last time we did the entire first case in one stream. I was exhausted, about damn near threw out my voice that night, but it was fine the next day, so I guess it's okay. So, how about we get into things and do the second case, which will, I assume, not be in one stream, because if the tutorial case was that long, then oh my god. Let's get into it. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Let's fucking go. I do like the unique title cards. That's a very nice addition.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's
I assume like they're doing a different style for the intro with each one, considering this is different from the first episode.
Is the terrible coil to which she referred.
Also, yes, Sholmes. I know.
In front of us was an enormous adder.
I will say, like, if I remember correctly, like, the name Sholmes was actually used in like a couple of like Lupin stories, like back in the 1910s. So, I mean, it has some basis, but it still sounds completely and utterly nonsensical. Anyway, on the steamship Burya, is that what that said? I didn't get to read it in time.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery.
Wouldn't be a visual novel without one of those.
A message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Damn, look at his fancy little gadgets.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Heavy?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Oh, heck. Ugh, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, Oh, it's you. Oh, I'm going to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal! Eh? If I had a nickel for every time Ryunosuke's been framed in this game, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe then, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crime. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. So one thing I'd like to know from you, Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Misusato! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh shit. Fuck. Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are the wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Damn! I knew it was coming, but fuck. Here, in this very cabin. I was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs, surely you don't think that I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No, Fuck. Yikes. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It really was something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way the Russian crewmen just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Miko Toba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. Especially that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Ah, stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer! Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crime. No, that's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Tell me what you know, I guess. He really has been killed then, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me! The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please, whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me! Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy, it's still throbbing like anything. Boop! Stowaway! Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah, I'm afraid that's true. It's only 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea, but How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Why didn't he tell me? Fuck. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. They wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe, but something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then, it was darker than I'd ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-san, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Tell me about last night, honey. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Oh, why am I so yawny tonight? And I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head is still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma. I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this! Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen! Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. What? What, huh? Huh? Did she just fucking judo throw me? What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I told you my head was throbbing, didn't I? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. You expect me to present some conclusive evidence? I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Cosmo would stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, so I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Yep, that sure is what it says. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick over the wardrobe doors, although it wasn't the proper glue, of course, so I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any.
Yes!
Yes! 1! Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So, naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe drawers before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me out? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here, at least. Thank you! So, you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. Wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examining everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death! Alright. Ooh. What's this? This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about the life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No. I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yeah, that's not good. I suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Oh my god, I literally just did this to click the bell cord. Oh my god, why would you... I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, This ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right, but if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. Let's investigate that damn thing we were just inside of, because that's totally gonna be evidence. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Though it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Boop. Let's look at that desk key. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Sheesh. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? What else we got out here? I guess there's this case. I guess this ink jar isn't necessary for solving anything. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized a foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Boop. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt that. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? I wonder. Well, I'll just set everything straight up again. Okay. I guess I should probably check this out. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his fingers in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script that I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? When did you get in here? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, he looks like he might be European. Or gay. Either or. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Okay. Well, I'll talk with him in a moment, but I have two other things I want to look at on this screen. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bordia. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Oops! Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? What? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. But... what do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure it sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? You know, I don't see any of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Alright, we'll talk. Excuse me? Excuse me? Do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Hi. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry. What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that part's true at least. But how? How did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me. Are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits that bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way I... Hiya! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. Ah, the old Phoenix method. Or I guess in the timeline, Phoenix is using the Herlock method. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes. I mean, I've heard worse versions of the Sherlock name. I'll just say that much. I mean, this one has some basis, but yep, it sure is him. So, it's really you? The actual Herlock Sholmes? The very same. The inimitable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Chisato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him why he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Hey, honey. How you doing? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? No, that's not how he's... No, he's saying Herlock Ryunosuke, not airlock. No, I have no air. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rats Magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue, and I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I am not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. What is wrong with me today? Pronunciation is off the game. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Uh-oh. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. Chris is playing Rivals of Aether. Holy shit, did we shift timelines? What the fuck? That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce any... My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please, what 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Yes. But first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yes, that is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderob may be the name of a killer, a certain Robert God, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted, and if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Are school uniforms the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, but before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record, the Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It appears to have been written in the victim's final moments. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the mere sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Okay. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who had killed the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. Come again? No. How can it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Totally different definition of the chin, the beard, everything. I don't even have that sick hat. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learnt to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Okay, so I've been here the whole time, but I'm mobile, so no chat. And can I just say I'm real life mad because Uma's body was found? Yeah, I mean, I knew it was coming, but that doesn't mean I can't, like, be upset. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Let's do that right now, actually, before I forget. Who? Oh, this is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? I mean, Pavlova is pretty easy to remember, like Pavlovian response. It would appear that the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles?
I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds. The tiara is the property of the Novavix Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. The article about the ballerina has been entered into the court record. The headline reads, renowned prima ballerina of the Novavich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. And we know what the front says. Bep, 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 bep. What were you just investigating? Let me take a drink. Good drink. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Yes. The victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters of which I can read precisely none. What have we been speaking? English? Let's not get too deep into questioning. This is always such a weird thing to like address when it comes to localizations where English and Japanese are both prevalent in the text. And I'd rather spare myself the headache. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I've no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered in the court record. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied on what appeared to be a speckled band. Is that everything you got, Mr. Sholmes? So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. Yeah. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it! Only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Damn, get his ass. Well, anyway, that was then, this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, just what are you standing around here for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? Hiya! He's high on crack. After Kazuma. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. Situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owed it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. You know, we haven't talked to Sailor Boy, have we? Fancy meeting you here, Sailor Boy. What's this? What's with the cloth? There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember something. Can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Absolutely not. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true. Just like Kazuma. Okay, we know what. No. Honey. We know that first one's a lie. But they're true. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame? Knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship? Yeah, now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. What's this? That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. Oh, yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So, he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. His funny little sword, can we inherit that? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that. Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, not particularly sturdy. Just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everybody suspects me. Ugh. When she glares at me like that, I feel all tense. I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel that the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. 2 of them! I haven't talked to either of them! Oh, fuck! The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again, but I suppose I could try. But I haven't talked to this one first. Excuse me? What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigate a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry. The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape? Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Niet! You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay! Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Boop. Hey. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, I didn't even catch it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did, but like appearance-wise, he hit himself very well. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes. What can I do for you? Hi. I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Dude, not on the sleeve. It's gonna stain. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. It nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Please don't joke about your heart stopping with your condition. Yeah. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you just like a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like you to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? We've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Jesus! I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how, there may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that, yeah, okay. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me, the ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move, and we can leave this cabin. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Let's go. First class passageway. a mystery on a ship of some sort is sort of giving me vibes of a certain latent disaster that happened a month or two back. Whew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out there than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. We don't need to talk about that ship case. Okay, fair. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-san was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he's being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is absolutely twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to a second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to this shit by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard, and ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Let's examine around here before we go into the cabin. Boop. Investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Meant this. Looks like a plan of the SS Boria. It shows each deck, look. The Boria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering! Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Thanks for the non-answer. There's a huge book on the top of the table there. There's a pen next to it. Yes, it looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been so meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought you might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Good evening, Professor. Nothing to report. Boop. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I ask something of you? I've never watched JoJo, but this sailor guy gives me JoJo vibes for some reason. You little third-class lady's maid! Oh. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Beef Stroganoff. Whew, the best thing is just avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Borio steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I left stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? How do you pronounce that? Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. Okay. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Well, they said da normally without the Russian character in it before, so, It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Maybe starts with a H. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. I'm sure. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in, or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about, last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hit! Or is that Niet? Or wait. They said Niet earlier. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly, no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some ways? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn you wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or, as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly. Shall we? Definitely. Whoop. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect everyone else. Is that a mouse trap? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan, although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what's called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat in the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Damn. Can't believe he's never had Sheems. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Does he have a gun? Well, no, he has 2 of them. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. Well, it looks like we've done everything we can here. Can we go into... No? Maybe I need to examine the door. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, where the the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Knock, knock. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah! It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Stand aside. I'm about to break this door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? God, he's absolutely he's nuts. I love him. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. SS Buria, first class cabin number 2. Oh shit! Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin.
True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here, but in that case, who just screamed?
Get up! All of you, now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe?
Yes, that's me. And you are...
I'm the one and only, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt.
No.
I'm a great detective among detectives. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid! How can anyone fit in a small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. I had no say in the matter. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook.
Leave, now! Otherwise I'll call the steward!
So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. That's this strange. Is he Russian or not? They said like both. I was gonna do my really bad Russian accent, but like they also said I don't know. I'll just keep doing this voice. It's at least different from the Russian voice I did for the other 2 guys. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. I will talk with you in a moment. What are you doing there, buddy? You're just sitting in there? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of this wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please! Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh shit. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What?
From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? Also, just mirror was Wilson probably the one doing half of the deductions. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence.
What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shares, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh?
And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true!
I can hardly believe it, but... whoop, I wasn't looking. The color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you...
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board this train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Oh shit, the great deduction. The game is afoot.
Topic 1, old man's identity. It's just in-game fucking styling. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard.
And a different nose shape.
Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before you gave it away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik.
Oh, villain. That one was cut and dry. How did I not realize that one sooner? The name.
Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand.
That one just staring me in the face. A revolutionary on the run.
Topic 2, wrongdoing. About as subtle as That's a Rebel. I always thought his was that. I always thought that was That's Horrible. But I guess That's a Rebel works as well. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there! Oh yes, Mr. Royal. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Roar! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse!
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd!
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de... Siri. Hey Siri, how do you pronounce coup de oil? You don't know how to say that. Just tell me how to say it. Your careless Kudai betrays you. Once again, we only need to follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. But there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, seems French. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovitz Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Which I had like to list to but one conclusion. This game has all kinds of languages. English, Japanese, French, Russian. Wouldn't be surprised if German sneaks its way in there later. I mean, we had like a joke with it, but I mean like with a character maybe. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what could I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall a discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? Let me fucking check. Oh wait, we don't have her court thing. Right. How the fuck are you 34? 37. How are you and Gumshoe about the same age, Mr. Sholmes? I don't... You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and logic that seems a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Sasato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down, so I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. If we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man has a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
It's not that funny.
Ah, and you, my good fellow.
Sorry?
Take a moment to look at your wrists.
My wrists?
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Great. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, this dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard, you sport.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that fits the senses of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? What was he really about to cut? Thick hat! Golden locks!
Yes!
He's fabulous. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly is not befitting, old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If I had magic off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. He's not only high on drugs, he's blind. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is this article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducting the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly good.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given the fact that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose because the deduction as a whole is taking a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's search the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina.
That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name.
Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Damn, I mean, you had me fooled for a second. So, I mean, it was a good disguise.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Ching! Solved it. Well, yeah, that's not right anymore. So who are you kidnapping?
Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there!
Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray. And I assure you, eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth,
As we seek lies where the furtive glance falls.
the proof of your crimes is before our very eyes. That traveling case. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix a great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Just stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. When she glanced at this evidence of her crime. Well, this is in the same, like, trajectory.
Yes!
Proof of your crime is surely this tiara.
I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed. It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary,
The crime you've committed is theft.
oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
No!
I feel like he just says things and thinks completely different things, yeah.
I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
All right, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed.
Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the content of your case, even before I have laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless... I already forgot. Your careless Kudai betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case will have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. It's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. It's a weapon, isn't it? No way it was moving. A pet! Why did I say weapon? I mean, pets can be weapons if trained in a certain way. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. Got him. A prohibited animal. Yeah, there we go. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stowed away aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is this huge steamship with a vast crew. So you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand, and at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things like that happen sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. It really do be like that.
Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Please tell us in excruciating detail. Yes, all right, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. At least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, yes? What?
Observe your wrists.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you done this.
Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles.
When and why?
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can it? Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh,
That's why we were trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know.
I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me.
I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes, I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget a challenging proposition when you have this striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but...
Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle.
According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night.
That's it, of course!
So how is it, pray, that you came to board?
I think about it, the Fuck, I need to stop skipping dialogue. Shit! Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business.
Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
Is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself.
A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact.
Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So tell us about your friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
And the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Well, now you've said it, I don't think it is. Maybe an adorable little rabbit?
Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then?
You may well ask.
I have no idea. The absolute confidence he says that with. Great.
You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends.
Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. Poses dramatically. Fuck if I know! And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet.
There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Is there something that we need to... This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, it looks like a sort of speckled band is dangling from the grill. You broke my grill!
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see.
It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Has the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything.
Oh. Damn. Knock, knock. Open up the door.
Excuse me, Mr. Royland. Yes? What?
Damn, that was quick. Wow, she's fast.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. All right, I will come now.
What?
You must leave now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! The passengers are out, or do you want me to throw you out?
Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Damn. To be continued. That's the way it fucking is. Boop. Damn, we're not getting to any part of the trial today. Okay, fair enough. We're only 2 hours in. Might as well. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. Wish we managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. I didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yeah, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. We'll see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know.
You! Where did you go?
Oh, sorry, I just went next door.
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosanaga did.
That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room.
Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. Inspector Hosanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gonna have his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at the Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Oh. Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. Yep, whistling sound, speckled band. Looking at his writing here, it's almost impossible to believe he's gone. Kazuma-sama left a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yeah, you tied them up, didn't you? You have to look after your ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. What else can we investigate? These are the rules of passage. Yeah. There was Miss Pavlova with her pet, though, yeah. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as of yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is inside the traveling case of her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Oh, there's Hosanna. He was just out of frame. I'll talk with you in a moment. Actually, no, I'll talk to you right now. Oh, no. Oh, honey, what happened? Well, I mean, I can sort of assume what happened, but damn. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really.
It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. His name was something like Erlock Soames. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Damn, his coughing is like even more like dead now. I feel so bad. Oops, I think I might have upset him there. So neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case. Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oh no, I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Yeah, give us that info, buddy. What's this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Burias medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury.
Well, that raises a certain red flag with me, because I remember a certain somebody saying that they would snap my neck if I did something wrong. Also, yeah, poor homie. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound, just it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Thank you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, but just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. His way was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. How can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Alright. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect the Sogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? Interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Maybe some form of seasickness or something. I don't know, man. I mean, we've investigated a lot in here. I think all we can. Actually, I should probably re-examine the polish now. Yep. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course! That's hardly a reason, is it? I'm sure that vent just tells me more flavor text about Miss Pavlova, so I think we're good here. I'm on the move. Oh, timestamp. Things are happening. Ah! He tasted it clearly. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say anything. Look, Naruhodo-san. Seema Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Thank you for spelling out the pun, by the way. Very appreciated. Oh? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. This caroling. I know that Locke-like voice. Why am I turning British all of a sudden? Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Naruhodo's literally beef strong enough. Ah. Okay, it was on the tip of my tongue. Strong enough. It's you know, it could be both. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Get in there. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san? Oh! Where's she gone? Hey! What are you doing? Those are private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. I mean, yeah. We've had a prosecutor in handcuffs, but like a defense lawyer in handcuffs seems a bit Yes, we will. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed to the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes? I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Boria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? I wonder what this little saucer is doing here on the floor. It doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It seems this teapot is empty. So a natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hadn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Oh. There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. You see, Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. So have a little look and see what's been thrown away. Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Well, that's a little disappointing. All the books have toppled over together, look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then, it must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? And everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Is there anything else to investigate in here? Oop. This investigation theme is growing on me, though. I guess I'll look at this first. Just to make sure I get it. The displays at the cabin too, the rules of passage, pets, and whatever. Yeah, our special friend. Where her friend's disappeared to now? It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Just hope the seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. So ventilation connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yep. What a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosimo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't expect anyone to actually come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Well, I don't see anything else around here. Let me give it one last run through. Nope, nothing. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know when he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-li-li-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Why is this man literally so stands up at all times? I don't know, but it's iconic. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? This man's mind is like astral projected into another dimension on God. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was about to reach a climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Probably not a good fighter, but he's good at threatening us. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, that ship's log. Did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh, you truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? I think it's even funnier if he's not good at fighting, yeah. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. I don't think you can throw that with a wet rag, damn. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. You mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now.
Something significant must have taken place. So significant that it caused this seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Alright, there are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Oh, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes? Brilliance! Don't want to spoil the game for myself, but I want to support you, so have fun. Hell yeah. It is great so far. I think you'll really like this one. Oh, and thank you for the water. Good chug. Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. That is the third case. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Alright, nothing here. Where did he go? What's that? Oh. Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4! Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands, brace for impact! What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand... Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Oh, thank you, Naruhodo-san. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yeah. The ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that! The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Well, I assume the books have something to do with the tilt. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Please. 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 Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Nope, it's not trial time. We still got investigation, baby. I assume since it takes place on a ship, it's just going to be this one 3-part investigation and then the trial, probably though. So we're not going to have 2 investigations. I feel that would be rough. So I think we're just getting it all out of the way here, of course, which makes sense. I think Case 2 in Spirit of Justice did this as well. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop.
Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how you were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Yeah, it was just a long investigation followed by a long trial. I assume something different. I assume the same will be happening here. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black! You're the devil!
Sorry, me?
I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. Well, technically, we touched it to put it back in its place. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Da! And he has stole away as well. A vixen promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe?
Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Damn, okay.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil.
It doesn't look good, does it?
There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Damn, I can't move. Please, just give me a little more time.
I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell.
Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone.
And trespassing and stowing away?
Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well...
Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is only place fit for you.
Come on, there has to be someone, some savior to rescue me from this crisis. I just need to keep calm focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things!
You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates?
Hiya! Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me, and I was just trying to think she was my friend. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Anyone at all? Some attractive butler slash sailor guy? You got yourself into a difficult situation here. Please, I know you said you're out of options, but please, pull something out of your ass. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. Every fucking time. Always stands up in a different way. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Schultz! Oh, and he's styling with the tiara, too. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before, then?
Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ryunosuke, I don't think we are. I don't think we're supposed to. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time.
What is to report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Boria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all of your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Oh, this again?
Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe.
Am I Hedgehog voice? I mean, Hedgehog Boy? That would like give credentials to me doing the Sonic voice for him sometimes.
It is this stowaway and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it!
The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be something or other inside that cabin, right? Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Da! Locked room! That is point!
The room was locked.
Yes, we know, we get it. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin.
You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator?
Gah! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks.
You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in this diary?
Whistling, speckled band.
Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores.
Behold!
Ah! What the? Snake!
Snake? Snake? Snake!
Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably.
I mean, checks out. That checks out. I think. Also, Stroganoff just seems completely nonchalant about the snake on his face. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing.
Pray, what troubles you?
Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However,
Do you not think that that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly?
I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
No.
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Rasogi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Have you considered taking it off? I mean, we could probably, but yeah. We need to have it in frame so it doesn't leave us.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following.
His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall these horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. She seems questioning about that, and yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give them, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me! This has nothing to, I have nothing to do with any of this! Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you are trying but failing to conceal can only be a snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, as a subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appears to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Okay, buddy, pop off. Oh my god. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. But we said no poison. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Nope. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense! There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. All right, Chief. I'm gonna need you to shut that bullshit up. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Where do we even begin? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Do snakes even... Oh. I think my head is throbbing too. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Did I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? My logic is infallible. The post-mortem reports that there was no traces of poison. Fuck. It's just about your deductions before. Some things just don't make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, parts of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to say anything in case I sounded dumb. Ah. It's really only mammals that drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake to using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Wait, is that what that said? Yeah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. I thought they had, like, tiny little ear holes, though. Like, on the sides of their head, or whatever. Like, barely visible. Maybe that's a different animal I'm thinking of. But, madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless! Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake can manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder. I love this man so much.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake could have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Alright, let's give it a try.
Just what I was waiting for.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go?
Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done.
I really wish you'd leave them off.
Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Let's correct that course.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following.
And had nothing to do with me, the whole thing, and you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you heard those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pains. She has a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes had read her quite correctly. Is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Well, I mean, she's holding her hand. Right ear, aching heart. I would assume it's throbbing head like the rest of us. But I guess not. I guess the only other option here that they seem to be showing me is ear. For some reason. Despite being in the neighboring cabin, you've failed to notice what was happening to Mr. Asogi next door. And for that, you can't forgive yourself, can you? A feeling I understand all too well. Oh wait, rotate. Fuck me, I'm a dumbass. The guilt is bad enough, but Mr. Sholmes' accusatory words add salt to the wounds and hurt your ears.
That deduction was wanting in every way.
Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it.
I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact.
Oh, sorry. I'll try again.
That expression on her face is to be believed. She really is in genuine pain. Okay.
That ought to do it.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
It is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Another glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Oh, here's the big one. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't.
They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Don't make me imagine a snake with limbs.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Where's she looking? I can't see her. Oh wait, there's a
Yes!
there's something in the photo. Oh shit. Wait, no, it's not the photograph frame itself. It's what's being displayed. Oh my god. I saw like a cat, and I was gonna be like, oh shit, a cat, but no, I have to wait. I have to wait until I can find the actual cat, I guess.
Where is it? Where's that cat?
I know it's around here. You can't tell me I'm not. You can't tell me that there's not a cat or something around. You probably investigate without deducing, I guess.
Yes!
Wait, no, fuck, I misclicked. I was trying to open my court record like you were suggesting. Fuck. God, this is going awfully. I should save, so I don't die. Oh, I can't. Cool. I can't quit either, so, Can't open the court record, apparently, so, You can only move left and right, weirdly enough. What is there? The teapot is the only other option, except for the Seaman, who I know isn't. That's so odd. That is very odd what's happening right now. I don't know what I am supposed to do at this very moment. Unsure. I think I fucked it. I think I may just have to, like, take the L and start the investigation part over again, maybe? I've tried examining and not just presenting. Oh. Right, you can do that. Right. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. There it is. I love technicalities. It's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. A dubious little creature getting up to mischief. This is no good.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us.
Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear...
It's fine. If I'm remembering right, they haven't, like, told me to do that yet, so it just wasn't registering with me. My brain is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal.
Is that why you brought the animal with you and you ran away? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give them, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with... Oh, but it does! You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. That's what you are trying but failing to conceal, which can only be a snake sloughed skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind your back. Looks like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialties, ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Look at that awkward angle, awkward angle. It's not the skin, I know that, but like... Oh, wait! What's that in the other hand? That's the skin. Okay, that is still the skin. I thought it wasn't the skin, but no, that's still the skin in the other hand. Duly noted. I swear I see something else in there, though. Why can't... Oh, right, yeah. What's speckled? It's a band, but what is it? Seems soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. Looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. Okay. Boop.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline that young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Woo-woo. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. Conclusion, a beloved kitten. Bam. This one will be easier. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it appears there are no visible signs of injury. Ah! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Mr. Sholmes says it's true. No signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it seems so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Hey, bitch.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath will be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some mortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. That's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix his deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that can explain what happened? We have this.
Yes!
Yes! Examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Jesus. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. No more Kazuma. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But if this part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere.
Yes!
I'm sure his waste paper basket is hiding something. Perhaps you should have it examined more thoroughly. Regardless, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and say this is... Don't call me out! Don't call me out! Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experience on your own stage. Sorry. Third time's the charm. Maybe it'll stick with me this fucking time, huh?
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, hello, hello. Would you look at that?
Yes!
That's right, you hid the evidence that links to the victim's death in that basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely! We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly! Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that this part of the glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found on the waste piece of the... Fuck it. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell would be... Wasn't there a bell? Yeah, there was a bell here.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka! I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. Wow. What a way to go. So does that mean there's no trial? I mean, maybe? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. I know we're on a boat, but I thought, like, after we, like... They were talking about when we get to, like, shore or whatever, when we reach the port or whatever. Or something to that effect. So I thought, oh, once we get off the boat, there'll be a trial or something. I don't fucking know. Brain hurt. It was so late I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes, and I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. Modern diseases such as death. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. So there's nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then, oh, such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosimo was...
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Boria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Osogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over.
Yeah, there's a few things that are left unexplained, but I'm sure we'll get around to those. I hope.
What became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darker is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Also, get it off his head, quick. That seems dangerous. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosco. Huh? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I don't expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom. Huh? Roscoe does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
It's venomless?
Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you see, big smile.
And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
Ha! Like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Also, he's clearly a snake. Those tan lines on his face gave it. Ah! Right. Good foreshadowing. I did make a joke about that. Roscoe eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Ah. Oh, so is that what that mousetrap in the passageway was out there for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now.
It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirosco has nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. How anticlimactic. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize, but please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But, what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. The reason why I was scared when you mentioned Layton's Mystery Journey is because this case was also just a fucky-wucky, as you put it. Yes, but I feel like, unlike Layton's Mystery Journey, we're not going to have freedom of consequences here. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh! I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Damn it! Not again. When did he do that? Go ahead, shoot me with any like differences between the stuff, yeah. Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. You say I don't even have a leg to stand on. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes, Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, not testimony. We're not in court. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Oh shit, the music's going. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed to his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Hold it! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable! His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. Oh, thank God they reinstated my meter. Oh my God, I was gonna die. The victim's death was no mere accident. Tell me why there was a message on the floor. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. Word written means word. Most people would leave a message in the dying language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. And he would be writing it out in his dying moments? Sure. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death.
Which means that after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead! That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... the mark?
Yes!
Yeah! Yeah, alright, okay, looking good! This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass pail the kitten had around his neck. We already know all about that. It's broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? So remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin. There was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You're wasting time! Someone else was there! Duh, of course we know this! What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you! Yeah, I killed him all right. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the detail. I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that fell onto the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this... We're all having strokes tonight, aren't we? Why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is a woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills. She went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into this cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want to tell me the killer can walk through locked doors? Нет, it's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? That's very blunt about it. These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel without a gap in sight.
No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that?
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside?
One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen.
Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo?
Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside.
I mean, if me and Susato saw it, then part of me wants to go real fucking weird about it and say something to do with the bookcase.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It is a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. You don't think Sasato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least?
Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Yeah. That sounds like... Dr. Hosonaga. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by a ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that.
Are you trying to say that last night...
Something happened? Yes, something did happen. I accidentally skipped a bit of dialogue. But yes, it tilted, the books go flop, and... it goes slide. The SS Brody made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It's almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves, deliberately knocking everything over.
Oh, I remember that.
And I stood them all up again, didn't I? As we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
You have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop?
Does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened?
As you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone, hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Bruh.
Mr. Sholmes? Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion.
He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Crackhead, yeah! It all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Burya is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence proves the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
Well, there was a certain thing. I don't know if you saw it.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right?
That is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here, that would be where you record your the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That's where I put it always.
Point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, what am I trying to say here? The character from Garfield? Under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log?
That is, because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you?
Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya.
Ooh, fucking tunes.
Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh?
Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
Emergency stop, we all know what it feels like now, yeah.
The ship lurched so violently, and an alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. Rubbish, no.
What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning.
We all have suffered with it.
Oh, yes, I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling very heavy since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. Well, for you, it's a different case, Ryunosuke. You see, your one brain cell has expanded just by a few centimeters, and that has caused the weight in your head to shift ever so slightly, which, in turn, causes the throbbing. Don't worry, it'll fade away in a few hours.
Oh, okay. But for everybody else, though. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe.
Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe, and those handcuffs put on me by that point.
Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Also because you've been sleeping in a fucking wardrobe. That'll fuck you up right proper. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes! In fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say
That there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do?
No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with.
Tampered with with the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug?
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Absolutely mental.
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through a shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. I have lost the Russian accent and it's just turning into Wario. Which is kind of a problem considering yesterday I also voiced the character as Wario. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Slowly every voice in the game, no. We cannot make all drug, how you say, dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board.
She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Boya slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals are contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by the tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me.
Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth.
God damn it.
Alright.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please.
With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes?
With an observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators.
Also, yes, I think it's safe to say, yeah. Honestly, novel concept to just have an investigation case. Surprised we haven't done one of these sooner.
With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Looks at investigations. I never played investigation, so that's why I didn't know.
I will play it someday.
I'm more surprised we accidentally let ourselves into a whole case too. Yeah, and it'll still be 4 hours. Wild.
Precisely, you're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right, I'll see what I can see.
So looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Anything? What? Whoa!
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Yes, I do not know where the dirt comes from.
So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain.
What are you trying to imply?
It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure! Alright then. The evidence proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Where is it? There it is.
Yes!
Okay! I mean, I've done multi-stream, like, cases before. Like, literally fucking... If I remember correctly, the final case of Spirited Justice took me, like, 4 or 5 streams. So, like, I'm prepared to, like, you know, do long cases. It's just, I didn't expect this to be all investigation.
Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused a stain on your uniform.
Ink?
A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color.
If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt.
Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I presented Button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
It's still very upsetting that Kazuma's dead. Yeah.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through ventilator and
The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin, then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell through the floor? To the floor, not through the floor. That'd be even worse.
yes, that is right.
So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers?
Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said that she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. She opened to look and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student cabin and looked inside,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Yes, that is right.
Alas, we must find ourselves a prosecutor to do tension with. I'm curious. We'll see what happens with any prosecutors later down the line, I guess.
I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving.
Damn, you ever wait until a third case to introduce your main prosecutor? Wild.
I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
Okay, I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death? At last?
ah, something very nearly slipped my mind.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes?
This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly.
I feel like you're gonna have a lot of fun with this game's prosecutor. Oh, I can't wait. Don't say anything else. That's all I need to hear.
And the unfortunate event that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there was one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
What do you mean, unnatural?
What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, well, do both games share a prosecutor? I've heard that the two games are like interconnected with each other, so they could. If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of his photographic print seems unnatural? Why is his hand in a fist?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, his fist just doesn't seem quite right.
The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat.
Yes? Okay, thank you. That's not really a spoiler, in my opinion. I just wanted to know.
Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found.
Oh? On guard.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle?
Also, imagine only playing the first one.
Pathetic. Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us?
It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. I'm sure they just got caught up with other things.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close.
How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist?
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it?
Never got to finish the first game. How do you think I get to the second one?
And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoop.
Yes!
Be a gamer. I'm gonna be a gamer. Miss Pavlova, I noticed on your ear.
Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing.
Little Link holding it on must have broken, I suppose.
What?
But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon.
I don't believe it.
The way I'm interpreting this right now is that it was like an accidental thing, maybe? No, wait, no, wait, fuck. No, if the earring's there, then that changes things, doesn't it? If the earring is there, that changes things, yeah.
Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist.
I think I should wait until we actually solve this shit before I state anything.
Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes.
Miss Pavlova,
Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. The question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Angel?
No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
When I think about it, everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, in fishing boats in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabinet, I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
Knock, knock, it's Knuckles. What are you doing here in this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see, so you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down onto the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me,
Ooh!
I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared, and I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was out on duty in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes, I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed the wardrobe doors and put Backstrade's paper aside. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Innocent! God! Throat hurt, running out of breath and water. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote wardrobe so that the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find Stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Boya did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said at first that made me scared.
What he said? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Osogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What, another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? I feel like I know. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabinet's been my home this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Ah! Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Osogi's words last night? Exact words.
Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Osogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Osogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Damn. She still committed murder, though.
Miss Pavlova.
I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, The mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. What'll happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Also, your bruise is healed completely. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help Alenzo, no matter what, but I didn't think about you. About how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Da.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. I think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, girl, I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. There was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. Huh? Ah! Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway. He thinks this is funny?
Do you think this is funny? In a cosmic sort of way, yes. Well, Mr. Funny Man, is this how you get your sick kicks?
Mr. Sholmes.
We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're laughing. His boyfriend died, and you're laughing. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences?
The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that has happened.
What? But wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway!
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by a Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Rasogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
Anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but...
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously just suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days?
There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day.
Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, he said there was something that he had to do in Great Britain, and I would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable.
No, it's madness. Fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating.
Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of the morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Also, does he know Wilson died?
I think this is the button. Is this the uh-oh?
Uh-oh.
Crossing my fingers on that one.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector!
It worked? Hell yeah. Okay.
After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
Farewell, my friend.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder,
Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this.
We get the funny sword! Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Kuruma. It's a great sword that has been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Now we are the sword boyfriend.
Very well, I accept.
I'll treasure it always. So then, Mrs. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, fuck off. Wait, did I miss something? What's the significant... Wait, hold on. Did something go in one ear and out the other again?
And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom.
We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor for you to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times! What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's greatest friend, closest friend. Of course you would have never done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me.
I think they were called Kuruma in the Japanese version. Ah.
But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times?
That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. My weak, fragile twink bones have never lifted in a day in my life.
Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed.
When did he see that?
I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It
Leaves your head swimming, believe me.
How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative art myself.
I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hiya!
Fuck.
You could have done it on him. I'm just saying. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes. Resting indeed. And that is what you termed the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Damn. learn all sorts of moves. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Kazuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Rinosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Hell yeah, buddy, hell yeah! Ow! That was a good fucking case. Trial or no trial, god damn, that shit was cash. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. That's another title I'm looking forward to. Can I just see them all here? I kind of don't want to, but I assume I can just look at the title names. I'll just return to the screen for now and send us all off. Because God, another 4.5 hour stream, huh? Yeah, this game is fantastic. I'm loving it so far. I can't wait to play more on Monday. But for now, thank you for coming, thank you for staying, thank you for watching the show, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.